Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We don't have much time today.
Yeah. So are we going to continue?
Of course, definitely. Even if there are no participants, I will record the session. I'll continue with the class so that you guys, whoever not joined, can go to the recordings. Okay, so we will not never ever postpone the class until unless I have any emergencies or if Star Agile team said something like to postpone. If everything works well, then usually we don't. Okay. So in the last session, we completed about EBS. We discussed about EFS as well, and also we compared EBS with EFS. Okay, and we will go to the hands-on of EFS. Let's see if these participants join late. Let me check how they're gonna continue with the lab. So what we will do, we will launch two EC2 instances. First of all, we'll create a security group. So first of all, we'll create a security group with an FS protocol. And then we'll create EFS with the security group, enabling the mount targets. We'll launch two EC2 instances in two different availability zones. Once we launch two EC2 instances, we'll connect it to these instances. So basically, if you guys remember, we are trying to access the EFS from two EC2 instances. Yeah, and then we discussed all these points, correct? I hope you remember that.
Yes.
It was just a, yeah. So we will try to connect to these EC2 instances from local machine after launching it. Okay. And then we will mount it. In fact, we will make this instance as NFS clients and then we'll mount it. So once we connect to these instances, we have to make this instance as NFS clients. Then we should be able to mount to this EFS. Yeah. And the sixth and last step is, because these two EC2 instances are sharing a common volume, I will create a file from the first instance. Okay. Obviously with store in the EFS, because after mounting, I'll create a file. Now, whatever the file which I create from the first instance should reflect from the second instance. The same way, if I create a file from the second instance, I create a file from the second instance, that should be reflecting from the first instance as well. So in simple terms, whatever the files which I create from any one of the instances should be reflecting from both the instances, because both instances are sharing a common volume. Makes sense? Yeah? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
So first of all, we'll create a security group. So security groups. So first of all, let me delete all the security groups.
When we are terminating all the instances, still security group will remain. There.
Yeah, they remain. Yes,
So
it
we
is
need to
not
delete
delete.
that because there is one security group I could find that was default. So is it that really we have to delete all the security groups?
You can delete the remaining security groups if you don't want to.
Okay.
Okay. But the default security group will not be deleted.
Okay.
So that is a default component which is created by AWS, which we cannot remove it, which we cannot remove it or delete it.
Okay. And
Okay.
suppose if it like remains, so will it cost to us? Suppose that security group will remain.
No. Otherwise, I would have told you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No cost. See, I have 36 security groups basically.
Correct.
For key pairs, for security groups, there is no cost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me give a name. I would name it as EFS. EFS must be having an NFS protocol. So what I will do, I will add an inbound rule and I will add NFS protocol. Source as anywhere, created. So we created a security group with NFS protocol open. The second step is we'll create an EFS with this security group, enabling the mount targets in 2 different availability zones. In fact, we will enable for all availability zones for demonstration. Okay. So let me create the EFS. So EFS is a separate service altogether. So let's go to the EFS from the search bar. And click on create file system. And you can give a name saying as EFS. And you can select the VPC and you can simply create it. But there are few options which are not under free tier. If I go and create, like if I go and select easy create. So let's go to customize and also we will explore other options as well. So here you can just give it as a EFS. You can give whatever the name you wanted. By default, EFS is region specific. It replicates in all availability zones within the region. But again, if you wanted to replicate only, if you want to share EFS only in one availability zone, you can go for one zone and you can select the availability zone here. Okay. Now, because our demonstration is to access the EFS from multiple availability zones, I will go for regional. If you want AWS to take the backups of your EFS, you can enable it because it is an automated backup. AWS will be doing that for us. But AWS will cost us, so we will disable it. Now, coming to the lifecycle management, in AWS, explicitly, if you're talking about EFS, you need not pay the same amount if you're accessing the data frequently or if you're accessing less frequently. Okay. So if you're accessing less frequently, you can pay less to AWS. So in EFS, you have 2 different storage classes. One is standard, other one is standard infrequent access. So if you're accessing the data very frequently, it is recommended to keep your data in standard storage class. Okay. Otherwise, you can move to standard infrequent storage class, where you would be having some 80 to 90% off. Okay. Now, you can automate that with the help of lifecycle management. It's like transitioning from standard to standard infrequent and vice versa. Okay. Now, by default, your data will be in standard, like for frequent access. Now, if you are not accessing for some days, for example, if I don't access a file for 30 days, I want to transition to infrequent storage class. You can select that. You can have 30, 60, 90. They increased it. This is not there previously. We have only 90. Previously, they added 3 more. So if you don't access for 1 year, then I want to transition to infrequent access storage class. It's up to us. Okay. Now, once oh, okay, they added one more option also. Okay, no worries. If I access at least once, now see, let's assume I have kept that. If I don't access file for 30 days, I want to transition to infrequent access storage class. Okay. Now, the data was moved to infrequent access storage class because you haven't accessed for 30 days. Now, if I access at least once on my first access, I want to come back to standard. You can select it. If you keep it as none, even if you access it, it will be in infrequent storage class only. Okay. And you have one more storage class, which is archive, which was introduced. It's a new one. Okay. Archival will be very cheap when compared to standard infrequent also. Archival is something where you access very rarely, means once in a quarter. Okay. 3-4 times in a year. So if you are accessing very less frequently or rarely, we can transition to archive. Okay. So if you want to transition to archive, because you have already kept 30 days, if I keep it as none. So if you want to transition to archive from standard, if you don't access for 90 days or 365 days or at least 1 day, yes, you can select it. Okay. So for all these options, I'm just keeping it as none. So if you understand, so what I'm trying to say is, by default, your storage class would be standard for frequent access. If you are not accessing for at least 30 days or so, you can move to standard infrequent access, or you can move to archive. It's up to like the customer requirement, whether you want to go for standard infrequent or archive. Okay, these are the two options. Now, this one is, even though you move to any one of the storage classes, if you access at least once, if you want to transition back to standard, yes, you can select that on first access. Okay. So in EFS, you have 3 storage classes. Previously, it's only 2. One is standard, standard infrequent, and archive. If you want to go for encryption, yes, we can enable it, but I'm not doing it for any of this hands-on. Next, we have throughput. So throughput, we can go for bursting, enhanced will cost us, okay? And performance. So this is like an IO, this is the speed, okay? So for our demonstration, I will make sure I'm selecting bursting and general purpose, because max IO and enhance would be used if you're accessing this EFS from thousands of instances. Okay, so if it is few, yes, you can still manage it with general purpose and bursting. Okay, so you can go for other options if the number of EC2 instances are increasing to access the EFS. So tags are optional. So I can just say shared volume. Okay, shared volume. Now here comes with the mount targets. Okay, so by default, the default VPC is selected and the mount targets is enabled in all availability zone. If you could see, in North Virginia, we have 6 availability zones and we have this mount targets in all availability zones. Okay, if we don't want it, you can remove them. Yeah, if we want to add, we can add them later also, not a problem. Okay, now we discussed that while we create the EFS, we enable the mount target and with this security group, right? So here we would be selecting the security group. So by default, we have a default security group. I'll just remove it for now, first as a first thing. And then I will select the security group which we created. Because a square, we can select multiple, but I'm selecting only this. So you have to select here. Because you are done with selecting, you can just select outside. Okay. Now that I have enabled mount targets for all availability zones with the security group which we created. Now there is an optional step. If you want to define any policies, for example, there are already predefined ones which are prevent root access by default, enforce read-only access by default, prevent anonymous access, or encryption. or if you want to grant additional permissions, if you are aware of JSON, you can write your own kind of a policy. The reason why it is optional, because there is a dedicated service called IAM where we define the permissions. That is the reason it's an optional. I'll also keep it as optional, and I'll go to the next step, which is review and create, where you can see all the options which you have chosen. Okay. So because we haven't given any policy, is just empty here. And let's go and create the EFS. So EFS is creating. Within no time it will be available, but that's fine. By the time it is available, what we can do, we will launch two EC2 instances in two different availability zones. So go to the EC2 instances, launch an instance. I would say instance 1, Ubuntu 20.0 for LTS with under free tier, a T2 micro one. I'll go for the key pair. These are key pair first we created, right? So 17th December, and I will go and select 1A. First instance is in 1A. Okay. I need SSH protocol. I think I'm good. I'll stick with root volume and I'll launch an instance. The same way, before my first instance is ready, I will launch a second instance in 1B. So instance 2, Ubuntu, Chichu Micro. I'll go for the, you can have a same keeper or different keeper, doesn't matter. You can have different keepers for different instances, not a problem. Okay. For simplicity's sake, I'm just using the same keeper. Now I'm just choosing 1B availability zone for this instance. I'm sticking with the SSH protocol, sticking with the root volume, and I can simply launch an instance. We know how to launch an instance. We did twice labs, right? Now that we have two EC2 instances in two different availability zones, ideally, yes, now we'll connect to these instances. We launched. Now we'll connect to these instances from our local machine. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll go to the folder where I can have my key pairs. Okay. So 17 December is there. In fact, because I'm connecting to two instances, sorry. Because I'm connecting to two instances, I'll parallelly open two terminals. Left side is for the instance 1, and the right side is for the instance 2. Okay. So I hope this font is clear. Font size is okay. Okay. Now let's connect it. So chmod 400 best practices to change the permissions. The keeper name is 17 December. Okay. Now SSH-I, the PEM file name, Ubuntu, because we choose an Ubuntu AMI at the first instance public IP address. This is the instance 1 public IP address. Okay. So same way, we'll try to connect from the second instance, SSH-I, Ubuntu at the second instance public IP address. The second instance public IP address. Okay. Now if you see here, so this is the first instance IP address and this is the second instance IP address. Okay. So we made sure we connected to two different instances. Now sudo apt-get update. Before we do anything, let's update it. It's a mandate command. Excuse me. We are just doing the same thing in two different instances, okay? Just to parallelly, we need to parallelly check, right? That whether the EC2 instance are sharing a common volume or not. Yes. So we successfully connected from our local machine to two different instances. And now we will make this instance as NFS clients and we will mount it. Okay. So in order to make this instance as NFS clients, first of all, I need to elevate myself into sudo super user from Ubuntu to root. I'll do the same from Ubuntu to root from the second instance as well. And I will install the NFS client. So the command is sudo apt get install NFS client. So, sorry, do you want me to continue? I will say yes. Let me do the same from the second instance also. Sudo apt-get install NFS client. Okay. Yeah. Now that we made this instance as NFS client, now let's mount it. So how do we mount? So what we will do, we have an EC2 instance, right? We already connected to an EC2 instance. We will create a folder in the EC2 instance and we will mount this folder to the EFS, basically the file system. So that whatever the files which are stored in this folder will actually store in the EFS. I'll do the same from the second instance also. I'll create a folder. It can be any name. It can be of any name. Okay. And I'll mount this folder to this EFS. So that whatever the files which are stored in this folder will actually store in the file system. Okay. So first of all, we need to create two directories. In Linux terminology, we say directories or folders in two EC2 instances, and then we will mount it. Yeah. So mkdir make directory. My folder name is EFS. Mkdir folder name is EFS. Now when I say ls, the list to list, you see, I'm seeing the EFS folder. Now I will mount this EFS folder to the file system, to the actual EFS. So here my folder names are EFS. EFS. I can create whatever the folder name I wanted. Okay. Now I will mount it. So how do I mount? So you just need to go to EFS. You created the EFS, right? Click on attach. And then if you're using NFS client, this is the command. So just copy it. So it's saying sudo mount, and then there are a lot of parameters. And this is the EFS ID. Okay. And you're mounting to the folder name called EFS, because in the command, I know that the folder name is EFS. I created with the same folder name. Okay. So you can simply right click and you can just paste it. Now, if your folder name is, for example, your name, so you can just remove that EFS and you can just give your name. So the here, it should reflect the folder name which you have created. Okay. So in our case, my folder name is EFS. So I will give the same name as EFS and I would just enter. Okay. Now, when you are actually mounting it, basically running a mount command, ideally there will be no message. Okay. And it shouldn't throw any error, or it shouldn't hang up there for at least 5 to 10 seconds. If your internet is very slow, it shouldn't hold there for at least 10 seconds. It shouldn't. Okay. That means your mount is not successful. You may need to check your configuration, whether you have done correctly, whatever the steps you have done is correct or not. Okay. So in our case, it's a happy flow. We were able to mount successfully. Now it is expecting another command. So now I'm in Ubuntu. Let me go to this folder because we just mounted. Okay. Now let's go to this folder and start creating files. So how do we go to a folder? Change directory and then EFS. Now previously I'm in Ubuntu. Now I am in EFS now. Same way, let me do from the second instance. Okay. So I'm in EFS now. Now let's create a file from first instance and let's see from the second instance. So how do we create a file? We say touch file1.txt. Now when I say ls, there is no surprise if I could see here, but if I could be able to see it here also, that means both are sharing a same common volume. The same way, let me create a file from second instance. Okay, I want that to be reflected from the first instance as well. That means both the EC2 instances are sharing a common volume, and these instances are in different availability zones because EFS by default is region specific. Okay, so we created a security group with an FS protocol. We created an EFS with the security group enabling the mount targets. We launched two EC2 instances in two different availability zones. And we connected to these EC2 instances in different from your local machine to different instances. And we made these instances NFS clients and then we mounted. Now, once we mount, we were able to access the files or create the files in the file system, which will be reflecting from both the instances. Any questions, please?
So while creating in the EFS, we have enabled the mount target in all AG, right?
Correct. This
So
for demonstration I did. But
okay,
if you're going for 1A and 1B, you can enable only them.
so like suppose in one availability zone there are 10 EC2 instance and I want to enable for only 2. So is it possible?
No. Mount target is for availability zone, not for the instances, if you understand.
Okay.
Mm. Understood? Any no questions?
Anupama, just go back to that screen again.
Sure, ma. Which one, ma? This Git bash?
Get back here.
So there we
The
have selected the
commands?
subnet, right? So suppose in one, I have one question.
Right. Yeah, please.
So suppose in one AZ, I have 10 instance and 5 in one subnet and 5 in another subnet. So in this scenario also we have to enable the
We haven't
mount target.
covered about subnets yet. Okay. So if you explicitly want to discuss, take subnets, in the
Hmm.
mount targets only we can enable the subnets.
Okay.
Um, so answering your question, while we are going for mount targets,
Hmm.
okay. I mean, guys, we haven't covered about subnets. We will talk about it, not a problem. Okay, just ignore this. Just for MD is asking a question, so I'm just trying to show him. Okay, so here you select the subnets. If you have multiple, you can select multiple.
So on that scenario, only that subnet will be allowed, right?
Correct.
On that
You can
AZ. Hmm.
yes, right.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Any other questions, please? So you have the commands in the drive link. Okay, so lab 3, need not worry about it. So if you don't have any questions, I'll show you how to go for cleanup.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, select
For
both the
the case of
instances.
unless and until we do it hands-on, it would not be good.
Of course. That's where we do a guided practice in the class itself. Yeah. You understood the concept, isn't it? Like doing, you will learn some more. So shutting down. So delete the file system by giving the file system ID here. Confirm. Okay, so it takes a while. See, please understand, when you are actually deleting few components, you have to make sure you check that the EFS is deleted, okay, and instance are terminated. Sometimes you may see it's a shutting down, but if you refresh, they're not actually terminated. Maybe because of various reasons. Maybe the session timeout, okay, or it's trying to refresh it. Okay, so once you delete it, please cross check that you, okay, everything is completed, and then now you're terminated, now you're good to go. Okay, so for the EC2, you have to check your EC2 dashboard. You can have numbers in security groups and keeper, but not for others. But I have two here, but they're terminated, so it's fine. Okay, so real quick, okay, so sorry, take your time to complete the lab, the EFS part. Okay, just call me for help if you're stuck somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, try to help each other and finish it off. Okay, after this, we will start with S3, another interesting topic. Please do join to your rooms.
Anupama, I am not able to go to my room. Can you please help me throughout it?
What is it, Akshay?
Actually, there is a hurdle in going to my breakthrough room. Can you please let me sign in again or do
Sure.
something so that I
It's
can
done.
join? Yeah, got it, got it. Thanks.
Hi, folks. It's done. Anjali?
Yes, Anupama.
Ashish is responding in the call? In the breakout room?
Hello?
Yeah, Anjali, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So,
I
Ashish.
was disconnected actually. Then again, I have logged in.
Acha, Ashish was talking to you in the breakout room? Because I could see only him in the call. So, is he, I'm sorry, in the breakout room. I'm just wondering if he's working or.
No, I don't know because I was I was trying to communicate, but they were not responding. I guess Ashish was there and somebody else was there. So unfortunately, I lost my network, so then I have come back.
Okay, no worries.
But yes, Anupam, I couldn't do that. I mean, there might be some steps which I'm missing. So
You couldn't able to complete the lab.
yes, yes.
Oh, okay. So I assumed. So guys who haven't completed, Akshat,
I couldn't mount that. I mean, I have done everything, but that mount command was failed. So I need to just check if I'm missing some steps.
Acha, okay. So share your screen, Anjali. We will see what can be done. MD, Naveen, Deva, Sujita, Akshat. Guys are done?
Yes.
It's
Okay,
completed.
okay, cool. Um, so is this the first instance or second instance, Anjali?
This is
From
the
both
first
the instances, you are not able to connect. Oh, sorry,
no,
mount. Okay.
mount.
No worries.
So I
Just,
tried with
just,
this.
okay. Just continue. I'll look into it. No, 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 no. App to get update, ma. Not app to update. Hold
Yes,
on.
okay.
First of all, you need to check whether the command is successfully running or it is throwing an error. Makes sense, huh? Hmm.
Okay, so I have updated this. Now I have to make this as a client, right? So I will go to sudo first of all, enter into that directory. Now I have to do I have to make this machine as a client, right?
Hmm.
So this is also done. Now I have to mount it. So I have to copy this.
Hmm.
To
What is your
paste.
folder name?
Folder name is EFS.
It says file exists.
Yeah, that means that folder is there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm just pasting my command to mount it. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Go to EFS.
oh, it's done.
Yeah, it worked, right?
It was.
Please continue. Do that from the second instance as well.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, probably you didn't update it or you haven't.
Or
Did
maybe
some
because of that network
might have-
connectivity, something might not be.
Probably.
Thank you.
Is it done, Anjali? Okay, we'll do one thing. Folks, let's go for a break. Anjali, you can complete it in that time.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So post break, I'll start with S3.
Yes. Sure.
Okay. Cool. Cool. So let me open the timer. Happy break, guys. Is everyone back? Folks, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Anupama.
Okay. So we'll start with S3 part. Any questions in the EFS? All good. Please do the cleanup, terminate the instances, delete the EFS. Just do the
Done.
cleanup.
Done.
Okay, cool. S3. So S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. Yes. 3. S3 is also storage service as the name suggests. Okay, we're talking about EBS, EFS, and now S3. S3 is a storage for internet. Now, when we say S3 storage for internet, in order to store data to EBS or EFS, we have to have an instance. But in order to store data to S3, you need not have a server. It's a storage for internet. I can compare this S3 with the Google Drive. In order to store data to Google Drive, we will create a folder and then we can start uploading files into it. The same way, if you need to start uploading or save data in S3, the first thing which we do is creating a bucket. Bucket. A bucket is a main level folder. Bucket is a main level folder. When you are creating a bucket, we need to follow some naming guidelines. For example, your bucket name should be globally unique. It should be globally unique. Your bucket name can be up to 3 to 63 characters. No uppercase. Only lowercase and numbers. No special characters. Except dot and hyphen. So you can have these special characters, but you cannot start or end with dot and hyphen. Okay. You cannot start or end with dot and hyphen. And your bucket name must not resemble like an IP address. Okay. So when you're creating a bucket itself, like for example, when you're creating a password of a Gmail, you define some naming guidelines, right? Same way. Okay. Now, once you create a bucket following the naming guidelines, then you can start uploading the files into that bucket. The files which we upload in the bucket are called objects. Okay. An object can be of 0 KB to 5 terabyte. 5 terabyte, a single file, which we call it as object in S3, can be up to 5 terabyte. So if an object can be up to 5 terabyte, what would be the bucket capacity? Unlimited. So you can store unlimited number of objects in an S3 bucket. Now 5 TB is something which is very big, right? So in order to minimize the time to upload, you can use a feature called multi-part upload. Okay, so when you go for multi-part upload, your whole object, if it is very huge, your whole object will be divided into multiple parts, and it will upload in parallel. Means if one part takes a minute to upload, the whole object will be uploaded in a minute, because all the parts will start in parallel. Multi-part upload. So to minimize the time to upload, we can go for multi-part. You can also go for another feature, which is S3 transfer acceleration. So S3 transfer acceleration is something which it is basically an interface. Okay, it takes a while to load. So I'll just open this and I will explain about this once the page completely loads. So S3 transfer acceleration is also another feature where you can use to improve the upload speed. Okay. So this is a basic terminology which we need to understand when we start with S3. So bucket is like a main level folder in which we create the objects into it. Okay. An object can be of any type. So it can be a PDF, it can be a document, it can be MP3, MP4, or a .exe file. So an object can be of any type. Yeah. Folks, if you have any questions, you can stop me in between. Yeah. I'll just go with the flow. Now let's talk about a few features of S3.
So, Anupama, under objects, is it also a database?
No,
No,
it is
right?
not a
No.
database.
I
It
mean,
is not a database.
structured. I mean, structured data.
So we have other database services. Okay. S3 is not a database service.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give me a moment. I think I haven't done the cleanup. So you can just simply give a name, the bucket name. For example, if I try to say test demo, and if I try to create it, it is saying the bucket name already exists, because it says that so it says that your bucket name should be globally unique. Means no one in the world is supposed to have the bucket name which you're gonna create. It should be like Aadhaar, a passport number. It is unique, right? So the same way, your bucket name should be globally unique. So you can add few more details. Usually I will add the date to make it unique. Okay. So you can define the region. Okay. So this is again introduced very much new. So we have a bucket type. So general purpose recommended for most use case and access patterns. So this is the one which we will be selecting it. We have another one recommended for low latency use cases. Okay. So which provides faster processing. Acha, okay. So we are going for general purpose only, not for the new one. So if you're looking for low latency, then you can go for a directory new one. Yeah. If you already have a bucket, you can copy the settings from the existing bucket. So if you want to copy the same settings for the new bucket also, you can just select that bucket. Now, if you want to see, by default, the data which in the bucket is private. But if you want to share it to someone, if you want to make it public, okay, so you may need to enable this at the object level. Okay. So as of now, let me keep it as disabled. We will do it enabled later. And even at the bucket level. So this is at the bucket level, this is at the object level. Okay. So first of all, in order to share an object, you have to make that particular object public. Now, before you make that object public, you have to make the bucket public. Okay, it's like a two-step. First of all, you have to unblock the public access, and then you can enable the object ACLs, like access control list. Then you can share the object. Okay. Now I am just keeping the default settings. We will disable this later. Next, we have versioning. Versioning. So let's assume I have a bucket and I have an object called a.txt. This a.txt is having a single word which is hi. I just have this word in this file. Now I upload it into the S3 bucket. Now when you upload, the S3 will store it into a bucket a.txt with hi as contents. Okay. Now what I have done, I have modified this contents to hello. In my local machine, and I have re-uploaded. With the same object name into the same S3 bucket. S3 will just go and replaces the existing one. That means you are losing the previous version of the object. You are losing the previous version of the object. So to avoid that, what we can do is, so let's go back to the same. It has hi. Okay. So for that, to avoid or to keep the previous versions, you need to enable the versioning. You need to enable it. Now, if you enable the versioning and if you re-upload the same object, because you enable the versioning, S3 will create another object on top of it with the same object name, with different contents, with different version IDs. Okay, now you are not losing the previous version. Now, if you upload again with the same content, S3 will create another object with whatever the contents it has with different version ID. Now, what I want you to understand here is, irrespective of whether you're having the same data or a different data, doesn't matter. Once you enable the versioning and if you start re-uploading with the same object name in the same bucket, it will start creating multiple versions of it. So you should be wise enough to understand to upload only the data which got updated. If you want to keep the previous versions for every version, see, for example, if you're like a developer and then you're managing some code and every week you wanted to save that code. So you can just enable the versioning and then you can upload the object, the code into the test3 bucket. Okay. So if you wanted to, even if you want to download the previous versions of it, you can simply select that version and then you can download that. Yeah. So in simple terms, if you want to keep the previous versions of the same file, you can just go and enable the versioning. Okay. Tags are optional. Encryption. So we have two types of encryption in S3. Server side encryption, a client-side encryption. So server-side encryption, the encryption is happening at the server side. Who is at the server side? AWS. So who is taking care of the encryption? AWS. Client-side encryption, the encryption is happening at the client side. So who is taking care of the encryption? The client. Okay, but this is basically encryption, how encryption follows. But the keys can be managed in different ways. The encryption keys can be managed in different ways. Now, AWS can take care of the encryption as well as the keys. Or a customer can manage the keys in a platform created by AWS, which is KMS. So a KMS is a tool or a service where the customer uses, and the customer creates the keys and manages the keys. Or you can allow the customer alone to manage the keys. But encryption is taken care by AWS only. Or you can allow customer to take care of the encryption as well as the keys in a platform created by AWS. Or a customer will take care of the keys as well as the encryption, where the AWS will not have any role in this case. So based on the user convenience, basically, the thing is good or wrong. Based on the user convenience, they would use different options when it comes to keys. Yeah. So anyways, we are not enabling any encryption. Now, next we have advanced settings. So we have object lock. So object lock, as the name suggests, if you want to upload some data, but you don't want anyone to modify your data or delete your data, then you can go for object lock. So object lock will lock your objects for indefinite time, like forever, or for a fixed number of time. Maybe for an year, every whatever the objects which I upload, I don't want anyone to touch it for 1 year or forever. Okay, so you can go for object lock for that. And object lock needs versioning to be enabled. That has to be taken care. So with these options, I'm just trying to create a bucket. So if it is globally unique, it will allow us to create it. Okay, here you can upload the objects. You can go to properties and you can enable disable versioning at any point of time. I mean, you can suspend it. You cannot disable the versioning once you enable it. Okay. You can add tags. The encryption, you can enable it. We will talk about the storage classes little later. Next, we have server access logging. So it's like this. I have a bucket. I have a bucket. Now I wanted to know whoever is making a request to this bucket. I can go and enable the server access logging. It will create the logs whoever accesses the S3 bucket. Now, when I say it creates the logs, I should be showing a place to store the logs, right? So you can give the same bucket to store the logs, or you can create another bucket. For example, I can say another bucket, which is bucket1 logs is a bucket name. Now, whoever accessing this bucket, if I enable the server access logging, S3 create the logs in this bucket. So this bucket1 will become the source, and the bucket1 logs will become the target. Becomes the target. Now, if you have two buckets as source and target, these two buckets must be in the same region, in the same account also. It should be in the same account. They must be in the same region and they must be in the same account. Okay, so that's about the server access login. CloudTrail, we will talk about CloudTrail explicitly the next weeks. Event notification. So if you remember yesterday, when I'm talking about Lambda, I said a Lambda is basically a function. It has to be invocated. Okay. So for example, an object is uploaded into S3 bucket. I wanted to trigger the Lambda function, and the Lambda function has to take the details of that object and push into S3 bucket, push into a database. Okay. Now the integration between the S3 and Lambda can happen here in the event notification. Not only that, S3 supports only Lambda, S3 can also invoke SNS, a simple notification service, or SQS, a simple queue service. Okay. So you can simply create an event notification irrespective of the options. You can enable Lambda, the topic, and SQS topic on SNS, SQS queue or SNS topic. Means S3 is integrated with these three services. Whenever an object is deleted, I want to get notified, you can go for SNS, something like that. Transfer acceleration. So this is what is speed test. So if you want to accelerate the transfer speed, okay, what you can do is you can enable the transfer accelerated option so that you can actually see the difference. So when you directly upload versus S3 accelerated transfer upload speed, it is 20% faster. But please understand, it is not always faster. Sometimes it can be slower also. So AWS is honest enough to give you the right, information. Okay, so that, for example, if you wanted to transfer the data, assume in North Virginia region, because it is 20% faster, you can opt for this. You can enable it. But if you are going for a Singapore region, because it is 3% slower, there is no point of enabling the transfer acceleration. Okay, because transfer acceleration will cost us. So unless it is faster, it is not a wise decision to go there. Okay, now object lock. See, I said object lock is basically locking an object. Another thing is you can enable the object lock only while creating an S3 bucket. After creation of an S3 bucket, you cannot enable the object lock. You cannot do it. I wonder AWS has modified or not. Okay, because we don't have this edit option before. So store objects right when we help to prevent objects from deleting a fixed number of definitely old and version buckets. So if I enable versioning, okay, now can I edit this? Oh, superb. Okay, so previously we can enable this object lock only while creating it. Okay, after creation of a bucket, we cannot enable it. Now AWS is allowing. AWS is allowing to enable the object lock even after creation of a bucket. Okay. Anyways, I'm not enabling it. Next is the static website. Request replies is not relevant. So static website hosting. So we can use S3 for static website. You can simply upload the HTML pages and then enable the static website hosting so that you get a URL, you can access it. Okay. So if I have any kind of static website pages, so for example, let me try to open this. Yeah. So I have a home page, have an error page, some JavaScript, and then the style CSS file. Okay. Now what I will do, I'll try to I'll go back to objects and I'll try to upload these objects. Drag and drop should work. Okay, and I can simply upload it. So you can see the status. Once it is done, it will turn green. If it is turning red, that means the upload is not successful. Okay, now that I have the HTML pages, I can simply go to properties. I can enable this static website hosting. It expects homepage name. So what is the homepage name for the objects is indexed. So my homepage name is index only. So I'll just give index.html. I also have error page. So I can say error.html. Okay, and I can simply save it. Okay, now if I scroll down completely, because I enabled the static website hosting, it is creating a URL. Now I can simply take this URL and I can access the static website hosting from internet. But do you think it works? I'll close this transfer acceleration, okay, just to save some bandwidth. So when I'm accessing this static website hosting, it is not working. Can someone guess why it's not working? Why I'm not able to access the static website?
I
HTTP
think
protocol.
it's
No, ma'am.
public access is disabled.
Correct. Basically, HTTP protocol, when I enable the static website hosting, it is trying to access through HTTP only. Okay, see? But because the objects are private as of now, we are not able to access it. So for that, we need to go to permissions, the next tab. So the block all public access is on. I have to explicitly turn it off and then save it. So make sure you confirm it because giving access to public means they can access your data. So you should be careful in doing it. So I did at the bucket level. I can also create a policies in JSON format in order to give permissions. Okay, this policies will be in JSON format. Or I can manually enable or unblock this public access. And at the object level also, I can enable it, acknowledge it. I know the consequence of it and save it. Okay. So when it comes to permissions, we can give permissions different ways. We can either write a bucket policy. Okay. Or you can choose the bucket settings or object settings, or you can also use access control list. So grant basic read-write permissions to other AWS accounts. You can go for access control list. Okay, so this is not relevant for us. But anyways, we have enabled at the bucket level as well as the object level. Now, if I try to refresh, do you think it works? Why it's not working now? So I enabled at the bucket level as well as object level, but I have to explicitly select the objects, okay, and then go to actions and I have to make it public. Now, if I try, it should work. Otherwise, I need to troubleshoot. See? Okay, it's in Latin. I got this from Google. So I just modified my name and then I'm just utilizing it for static website hosting. Okay. Next, this is even not important, but it is just to know the size, the usage. Okay, because we just created. We don't have any information on it. Now, another feature of S3 is same region replication, cross region replication. Okay, now let's assume, as the name suggests, if I have a bucket 1 in North Virginia region, for disaster recovery, I wanted to replicate my objects into bucket 2 in Mumbai region. What I can do is I can enable cross region replication. Cross region replication. Now, if I enable cross-region replication and give these details, whatever the objects which I store in this bucket will replicate in this bucket too within 15 minutes. Usually it will be in seconds only, but maximum time it takes is 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes. Okay. Now let's assume this is my account. This is a partner account, my partner account. Now, whenever my clients upload invoices into my bucket, I want to replicate those objects into my partner bucket also, but it's in different account. So what I can do is I can go for same region replication because it's in the same region. Okay, I can go and enable the same region replication, but this time I need to give account ID. Because it's same region, it will reflect automatically. And I need to give the bucket name so that whatever the objects which I upload in this bucket 1 will replicate in the bucket 3 again within 15 minutes. Okay. So this cross region means different regions. Same region means same regions. But the buckets can be in different accounts. So this can be in my account, this can be in partner account, this can be in your account, doesn't matter. Inter accounts is supported. Inter accounts replication is supported. Okay. And another thing is, you can also use different storage classes. So we will talk about the storage class a little later, but if you see the EFS, we have standard, infrequent, right? So the same way, even in S3, we have storage classes. So this can be in one storage class, this can be in another storage class while you're replicating. You can do that as well. Okay, so that's the same region and cross-region replication. These are the replication rules. And next we have access points. So it's like this. Let's assume I have an S3 bucket, this S3 bucket. Okay, and this S3 bucket is actually having different prefixes. So I have a prefix or folder created, and the folder name is, or the prefix name is sales. And I have another prefix which is marketing. And then I have finance as well. Now the objects relevant to these prefixes will actually store in these particular folders. Now, if a sales team needs to access their files, you have to give permissions to this S3 bucket so that they can access their files. But if you could see, the sales team not only access their files, they will be able to see these files also. The same with marketing and finance team. Now, to isolate the permissions within the bucket, you can go for access points. Okay. So, we are not doing any hands-on in the access point. Okay. I'm just explaining the features of it, not relevant.
So it would be a kind of a user management, you would say. So user wise also we
Access
can give an
management.
access.
My
Yeah.
access management.
Yeah.
Correct,
So
correct.
just like I'm creating some users and I'm giving an access to those users, right?
Yes. You don't create users here. Okay. For creating the users, we have a service called IAM, but the
Okay.
access management will be done here. Now, finally, we will talk about the storage classes. So first comes with the standard storage class. So standard storage class is used for frequently accessed data. And millisecond response times. If you want to access the data very frequently, but whenever you're accessing, it should be immediately available to you. Go for standard. Go for standard. We also have standard infrequent access. As the name suggests, if you have your data and you're accessing less frequently, but even though you're accessing less frequently, whenever you access it, it should be immediately available to you, like millisecond response times, the same as standard. So infrequent access, but millisecond response times. You can go for standard infrequent. We have one zone infrequent access. See, by default, your data would be replicated in multiple availability zones. But if you are explicitly replicate your data in only one availability zone, you can go for one zone. You have Glacier. Glaciers are basically used for archival data, but in Glacier we have types. So Glacier, instant retrieval. Okay, means, see, glaciers are used for archival, backup data, okay, access rarely. Now, you are storing in Glacier, but you want, whenever you are trying to access the data, it should be immediately available to you, like an instant retrieval. Okay, see, for example, in real time, if you are storing the data in magnetic tapes, okay, usually it will take a lot of time to retrieve it. Okay, now glaciers are very much similar like that. So they are cheap to store the data in glaciers. But whenever you're accessing, you want immediately available. You want the data to be immediately available, like a millisecond response times only. You can go for Glacier instant retrieval because in Glacier instant retrieval, the request cost would be high because glaciers are designed for archival, but you are trying to access it instantly. So you will have higher cost per request than the storage cost. We have Glacier flexible retrieval also. In flexible retrieval, you have types expedited, where you can retrieve in minutes, standard, in 3 to 5 hours, or 5 to 8 hours, in bulk, 8 to 12 hours. 8 to 12 hours. Okay. Now again, expedited would be, see, Glacier instant retrieval would be expensive when compared to expedited. Expedited would be expensive when compared to the standard, and then compared to bulk, so on and so forth. Okay. So the more time you give to Glacier, the less cost it will charge you. And we have Glacier deep archive. Glacier deep archive. So usually if you store your data in Glacier deep archive, it will take more than 12 hours. So AWS recommends to store your data in Glacier deep archive if you want to access once or twice in a year. And these are the cheapest storage class. This is the cheapest storage class, Glacier deep archive. See, sometimes we need the data, but we don't access it. We just need the data, that's it, if in case we need it. So you can store in Glacier deep archive. Okay. And the last one is intelligent array. Intelligent arraying is based on your data access patterns. As the name suggests, if you're not aware of your if you're not aware that you want to access the data frequently or you're accessing less frequently, you can go for intelligent tiering. Based on your data access patterns, you can change your intelligent tiering will cost you for different storage classes. For example, if you don't access the data for 30 days, initially you will have a standard cost, even if you keep your data in intelligent tiering. If you're not accessing for 30 days, you will have a standard infrequent cost. If you're not accessing for 90 days, you will have a glacier cost. If you're not accessing for 180 days, it will move to glacier deep archive. Okay, these are the standard ones usually the intelligent tiering would follow. Okay, but if you want to manually manage the transition, when I say manually, if you wanted to customize your transition, you can go for lifecycle management. Lifecycle management. So in intelligent, you have some minimum duration time basically. Like by default, it will be if you keep your data in intelligent tiering. If you're accessing frequently, it will be in standard. If you don't access for 30 days, then standard frequent. 90 days, glacier. 180 days, glacier deep archive. But the 30, 60, you want to customize it. You can go for lifecycle management. For example, as soon as I have data in S3 bucket, I want to keep it in standard. Okay. Now after 30 days, I want to move to standard infrequent. After 60 days, once it is in standard infrequent, I want to keep it for 60 days. Then I want to move to glacier. And once the data is in glacier for at least 90 days, I would like to move to glacier deep archive. Okay. Now after 365 days, retention, basically delete it. You want to delete it. You want to delete that object. So with the help of lifecycle management, you can not only automate the transitioning of the storage classes according to the requirement, you can also go for object expiration. You can also go for object expiration. Yeah. Any questions, please? You're following me?
Yes, Anupam.
Mm. Okay, cool. So now what we will do, I think I covered all the features which are relevant. Okay, everything. I think most of the features we covered in S3. Yeah, I've gone through each and everything. So now let's understand some relevant service to S3. I mean, which is CloudFront. CloudFront. Let's assume I have an S3 bucket. That S3 bucket is having a static website. Obviously, the bucket would be created in a region. But you have your customers in different parts of the world, in different regions, let's assume. The users within this region will access the website with low latency, high performance. But the users which are in different regions, they will have latency issues, isn't it? Right? So the users, if they're accessing because it is far from their place, they will have some latency issues. So what we can do is, if you have your users globally present, and if they need to access the website with low latency, you can go and enable this CloudFront. CloudFront enables the edge locations. CloudFront enables the edge locations. The edge locations are the AWS data centers, and these edge locations are used for caching. We also called as POP, point of presence. It's used for caching. Okay. Now, what this edge location will do, it will cache the frequently accessed data. It's like this. Now, let's assume a user is trying to make a request, like, for example, index.html is trying to make a request to a web page. Index.html, which is a static website, for the first time after enabling the CloudFront. Now, the request will go to the edge location. Because it is just enabled, the data will not be there in the edge location. So the CloudFront will go to the origin server. It will store it in the edge location, and it will be retrieved to the user. This happens for the first time. Okay. Now from the second request, till the nth request, the same user or any user within this region, when they access the same HTML page, it will be retrieved immediately from the edge location, improving the performance, reducing the latency. The same is applicable for all the users globally present. Okay. So if we go for AWS global infrastructure, so when I try to show you on day one, it didn't show us few details. So this is how AWS regions look like, right? So a region will have a region name when it is launched and availability zones. Okay, and I've shown you that we have 33. Oh, in the last week it's 32 only, right? Folks, remember? 32 regions and 1 or 2 availability zones, and then now it was changed. As I said, the number will be keep on changing. AWS has announced 5 more regions. Now we have 4 more. So yes, they have added. Okay, and you see 600 point of presence. So point of presence are the edge locations. Okay, so the red ones are the coming ones. I think the new one is Canada West 2023. 3 availability zones. This is a new one. Okay, so soon these also will be live. Malaysia is coming soon. Thailand is coming soon. Auckland is coming soon. Okay, so the edge locations will be near. If I can see, 1 second, please. We hardly can see this, basically the edge locations itself. AWS wantedly they hide, like they're hiding some details. You see, edge locations. Okay. So if it is blue, these are edge locations. If it is purple, there are multiple edge locations. And if you have an orange circle, they are called regional edge caches. So it's like this. Now this static website is having, sorry, index.html, contacts.html, contact us, whatever, the contact.html. Okay. Now the users are accessing index.html very frequently. They also access contact.html, but less frequently. But they access less frequently. So the edge locations will have the frequently accessed data, whereas the regional edge caches, the regional edge caches will have the infrequently accessed data. Okay. Now, when the user is accessing some data very frequently, it will keep it in edge locations. If the user is accessing less frequently, the edge locations will move data to the regional edge caches. So it can be retrieved whenever user accesses it. Okay. So point of presence are all about caching. Okay. Understood, CloudFront? Any questions, please? We don't have Akshat today. Akshat?
I'll let you know because let me go through it with the services practically. So I'll let you know. I do have some doubts.
Okay. Any other questions, please, folks? Okay. So we completed about S3 and then the CloudFront.
Almost.
Now let's see. Sorry.
Almost complete about it.
Yeah. Now let's go to other topics related to data, because this week we are talking about all storage one. So let's see the other services relevant to data. Okay. So data migration services. First comes with the storage gateway. So the concept of storage gateway is very simple. Your application will be in on-premises. Your application is in on-premises, but your data will be in the cloud. As simple as that. It enables a hybrid model. Your application will be running in on-prem only. Okay. So using a storage gateway, the data which application generates will be in the cloud. Okay. Now, when we say data, we do have different services to store our data in AWS, right? We have S3, we have EBS, we have EFS, we have FSX. Now, depending upon the storage service you want to use, you enable a different types of storage gateways. Okay. Now, if you need to data, your application is in on-prem. If you wanted to store data to S3, you go for file gateway. But if you want to store data to FSX, Your application is in on-prem only. You want to go for FSX, you need to go to FSX file gateway. But if you want to store data to EBS, volume gateway, you want to store to Glacier, tape gateway. So ultimately, the application is in on-premises. Depending upon the storage service you use different types of storage gateways. Storage gateway. So in order to store data, it's a gateway, basically. Simple, like just introduction of the services. A simple service, basically. So for the exam, you need to remember these names. Okay. So file gateway, FSX file gateway, volume gateway, and tape gateway. There's a fundamental blueprint. So it can be an application server or a user workstation or a backup server. You would be having a storage gateway in on-premises through internet, through secure connection. You transfer the data to different storage services. Next, we have data sync. So data sync means, again, you have on-prem storage services. You will have some data in on-premises, and you want the same data in cloud also, in any service. Again, it supports multiple services. Okay, now data sync. You want the data to be in sync from on-prem to the cloud for disaster recovery. Like, what if my data goes down all of a sudden or it crashes? Oh, no problem. I have my backup data in the cloud. Okay, but we have types in data sync. You can transfer the data from on-prem to the cloud to different services. Okay. You can transfer the data using a data sync between the storage services. Maybe S3 to some other service. You can try doing that. Or data sync also supports other cloud service providers. Okay, you just have to have a data sync agent in their servers. Okay. As a VM, and then using that agent, it can be in sync and the data bit between the other cloud service providers with AWS. Yeah, that is data sync. Next, we have Snow family. So Snow family services are like the offline mode. They are the offline data transfer solutions. Okay. So if you wanted to transfer petabytes or exabytes of data, okay, if you're having less data, yes, you can try doing through internet. But if you're having exabytes of data, petabytes of data, it is not possible to do through internet all data. It will take weeks or months. But if you want to speed up the process, what you can do is you can go for Snow family services. Okay. So this Snow family services has 3 types. Basically, 4 types. In Snowball, you have 2 types again. So we have snow cone, snowball, snowmobile. Okay. So snow cone is a smaller one. So this is like a snow cone. See, a smaller one. It will be around 2 kgs. Okay. It can accommodate some 14 TB, 8 TB to 14 TB, terabyte. You can go for snowball. It will be like this. like a suitcase. Okay, where it supports 80 to 100 terabyte. 80 to 100 terabyte. It's like a hardware appliance. Okay, or it can be snowmobile, like a truck. You see, in one of the event of AWS, they parked this truck on the stage. Something like this. Okay, now let's understand the process. So depending upon the data you want to transfer, you can use different devices. Okay, now ultimately the process is in any one of the device. First of all, we create a job. Okay, we create a job saying that we want a device. AWS ships that particular device, if it is a snow cone or snowball or snow device, ship that particular device to the customer data center. Now the customers connected to the device, it's no more internet, right? Offline, and transfer the data with supported protocols. Once the data is completely transferred, on the behalf of AWS, a local carrier will pick up the device and will be driven to the AWS regions. And AWS will move your data to S3 bucket. Once the S3 bucket, once the data has been transferred, there will be an erasure will happen on the Snow family devices, whichever device you take. It can, so that it can be used for other customers. So it's like an offline data transfer. Snow family is like offline. Okay, so Snowball is small. Snowball is supports up to 100 terabytes. Okay, whereas Snowmobile supports up to exabytes to petabytes, petabytes to exabytes. Okay, so these supports not only into AWS, out of AWS also. Maybe from AWS you wanted to send to your customer. Maybe a snowball, a snow cone, small one. You want to transfer, you want some 7 to 10 terabytes of data. You wanted to send it to the customers from AWS. Yes, you can do that. So in and out of from AWS. Okay, there's a comparison as well. Now, as I said, in Snowball, you have types again. Snowball edge storage optimized, compute optimized. So storage optimized means you will have more storage, 80 terabyte, 1 terabyte, only 40 vCPUs. This is HDD, 80 terabyte, SSD, 1 terabyte, memory, 80 GB. If you go for compute, so there is no HDD. For SSD, you have 28 TB. And because it's a compute, you have 104 vCPUs. You can do some sort of compute calculations. You can utilize the compute power. And memory is some 416 GB. So in Snowball itself, you have types. But ultimately, they're of same size. Okay. Now, Snowcon supports HDD is 8 TB, SSD is 14 TB, 2 vCPUs, memory is 4 GB. Small one, 2 kgs. Snowmobile, it is used for HDD and up to 100 terabytes. There is no SSD or any compute power. It is just for transfer data. And it's a 45-foot shipping container. Yeah. So these are, the storage services like you have EBS, EFS, S3, data sync, storage gateway, and also offline data transfers, which are Snow family. Any questions, please?
So Anupama, instead of like suppose I would like to use Snow family any device whatever you have proposed right now for the sake of storing my data, just for sake of storing my data instead of using it. It would not be
It's
possible.
not storing the data. It is transferring the data to
Okay,
cloud.
only for that purpose. Okay.
Only for transferring the data offline. If you're having a huge data.
So
Okay,
like suppose
otherwise,
for example, I have to, right now we are using suppose magnetic tape. Instead of that, if I would like to replace, I have to replace it with S3. And to transfer that, I require the Snow family, right? To transfer the data.
come again. What you're
Yeah.
using presently?
So presently, we are like, when it comes to any database, we are storing the data on the magnetic tape right now. We are not storing on a cloud as such. So
Mm.
suppose I would like to, in that case, suppose I would like to replace my magnetic tape. In that case, I have to store it on S3.
S3. Correct. Correct.
Okay, and
S3
if
Glacier.
Glacier, right? Now, in that case, suppose if like my data is like very huge, so in that case, there would be a problem associated with my network speed and all. For that, we require the snow family, right, to transfer the
Amazing.
data.
Amazing. Well understood, ma. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Are we also going to learn how to transfer data? Hello.
Sorry, Akshat, what is it?
Are we also going to learn about how to transfer data?
If it is there, I would
Okay.
have explained, right, Akshat?
Mhm. Because I want to know learn migration as it will be taking place in my office also. I have to do that. So I just want I am very curious to know about it.
Acha. You understood the process, right? You can
Yeah,
explore, you can try exploring it, okay?
and end to end I have
Yeah,
learned it.
yeah, yeah. So, I mean, see, we have some around 36 hours of training. In
Mhm.
that, I am like, we are doing some 5 labs, 2 practice labs, 2 projects, and apart from it, covering a lot of services like in the presentations.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I'm trying my best to accommodate most of the services to understand. See, at least if you know okay, you know that if there is a service,
Mhm.
whenever if you are using a specific service in your on premises, in your organization or your project, you can try exploring more. Okay.
Mhm.
So again, Snow Family or Snow Family service are something which is an offline ones. Yeah. So I don't think there's a possibility for hands-on also.
No, see, we will transfer data physically only with Snow Family, but there must be some connections, na? How to connect the data, or we
That
keeping it
you
on
need to explore
temporary
it, Akshat.
storage.
This is not covered in the program.
Okay. So
Okay.
may I know if I am trying to upload the data from the Snowball device. So is it uploaded on temporary storage that we get with virtual machine, or there is something different process like it is directly transferred or migrated to the buckets we have or glacier we have?
So once the data is transferred from on-prem to that Snowball device, it will be
Mhm.
sent to the AWS regions to transfer that data to S3, your S3 buckets.
Okay, so there are two kinds of storage now. One is temporary and one is permanent storage we do have. So
Which
it
one,
is
Akshat? Can you please name it?
actually I have I have seen an article that we with virtual machine we get some temporary storage.
But we are not talking about virtual machine, Akshat. You're out of thing. I'm talking about S3.
S3 bucket. Okay. So the process is it will get transferred directly to the bucket.
AWS does that. Once it is driven back to AWS regions, it will be
Mhm.
sent to S3 buckets. It will be transferred to S3 buckets. And once the customer checks everything is fine, then the erasure would happen.
Okay, great. So do this service has some relevance of that with that temporary storage that I am talking about?
I don't think so.
Because I have just studied an read an article in which it was written that if we use some gadgets or devices or hard drives and we use data centers used to upload the customer's data to the frames or servers that are storages that are kept in data center, then first they have to upload that data to that temporary storage that is available when you are configuring the server, and then from that temporary storage it gets directed to the storage devices that sorry storage or cold storage or hot tire that we want to use. So
So you
these
read
are
an article on AWS?
no, it
Oh,
was not on AWS.
okay. Then I don't think it is very much I mean, any relevant.
Okay. So do we have some this kind of temporary storage available in AWS in any segment?
Temporary storage for caching and all, or
Exactly, for caching and all.
for EC2 we spoke about a temporary storage. Can you please name it?
Oh, I don't have a particular name. I'll search it more. Then I hope I can bring my answer back to you.
Mm. So
What
in
type of storage
EC2,
you're
okay,
talking?
if you don't remember, in EC2 we covered a temporary storage, which is instant store.
Hmm. So a question arises from here. Like for example, X company is there. Okay, and they are using Snowball. It means they have more than 80 terabytes of data. And the temporary storage which we get on EC2 is a little less, too much less. So it will be transferred in bundles like 20 TB, 20 TB, 20 TB, 20 TB, or it will directly transfer to the temp storage and then it will redirect to the bucket or a glacier.
Temporary storage,
Uh,
uh, you have a snow, come again.
See, for example, we have 80 TB data, okay, and with EC2 instance, we will get a temporary storage of 2 TB maximum, or for example, it is 5 TB. Okay, so then we would have to make the bundles of 5 TB data or 4 TB data so that it can be transferred to temporary storage and then to bucket, or it will be direct,
Why
it
you
will
are,
be continuous process.
um, the reason, I mean, I don't understand why you are taking things really complex. Once it is transferred to S3, then you can do whatever you want it.
So it is a direct process to transfer the data from a hard device, it is Snowball, to S3. There
S3.
is there is no role of temporary storage in there, caching storage.
From S3, if you wanted to, no, temporary. What is the point of temporary here, Akshat? I don't understand. Why you want to use temporary storage? See,
I
can you
just
please be clear in whatever you're asking? What
I'll
is your no? See, what do you wanted to do? Tell me. Then I
see.
can
I
think of solution.
Yes. I just read an article. In that article, it was written that if you want to migrate your data from XXX drive or from any device, and you want to upload your data to your you can say to your drives that are kept in data centers or data center. Okay, in your server. So you first have to upload your data to temporary storage, then it will automate
Here
or
it is not required, right? Here it is not required to go for any temporary because you already have a AWS is having a device where you can simply use it.
uh,
Okay, and you can start transferring it to your AWS S3 bucket.
mhm.
And there is no point of having a temporary storage here, even though you read an article. But what is the point of having a temporary storage if you don't want it? But why you want to see? You read an article, understand? But why are they actually storing in temporary storage?
So that it can be a continuous process. It there might not be any breach, or there might not be any data. You can say some people say that कि हमने तो ट्रांसफर किया था डेटा बट थोड़ा बहुत डेटा रह गया. तो इस तरह की these for these kind of situations temporary
So for
storage.
see, if you want to go for a continuous one, we have a data sync. Data sync is again a continuous process.
So it is a process in which data automatically syncs with the storage that we want to upload.
From on-prem to the cloud, correct? It's a real time is there.
And if there is some network error or these are the troubleshootings now. Network error is there or connectivity is lost, then it will reboot or sorry, not reboot. it will be hibernated, or we have to start the process again if some network failure is there, or for example, electricity is not there. Just taking an example, a very last thing. So it will be stopped at the same point of moment, or the process has to be done again.
You're talking about cloud?
Yes. See, for example, I am migrating 2 TB of data with data sync, okay, from on-premises to cloud. And if somehow connectivity has been lost
Where?
from my on-premises
To where?
to cloud.
So you will be having a data sync agent in on-premises.
Mhm. Okay, so for example, Geo Fiber has lost its connectivity in my area at that point of time. So do I need to retrieve that data at the same point of instance, or it will be on hold? Like 20 GB has been transferred to cloud. Okay, rest is left in my premises. So it will be stored there, or it will has to continue again like a fresh migration.
So if there is a problem with on-premises, okay,
Mhm.
obviously it will take a while to reflect it. The data
Okay.
sync is like continuous. Like when I say data sync, probably you might be having some sort of batches, how frequently
Mhm.
you want to replicate it. If there is an issue, maybe it will take a while, but it will replicate again.
Can you please let me know if there is some document present with you?
Data
For
sync document, Sakshat,
no,
if
no,
you
no.
remember.
For
Mm.
this migration part, if there is a troubleshooting there, how can we troubleshoot these things? Or if you have faced some troubleshooting, or you can face some example of that, share some example of that.
So you have access to AWS documentation. Yes.
Yes.
So from there, you
Mm.
can find the documents relevant to the data migration, whatever the migration services you are using it and all. So any question you have, let me show you how to go through it. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Even
Please.
in future. So just go to documentation. This I covered in first day. Yeah. So here you just have to type what you wanted. Snow family. Which one you want to go for? Go for guide and explore the options. As simple as that.
Cool.
Understood?
I do have, still do have some doubts, but I'm not sure how to make it clear to make you understand. So first of all, I have to make it clear from my end how to make you understand about it. Then I'll frame questions.
Akshat,
Sure.
can I try?
Please, please.
So what he's trying to say, he I think confused with the backup and data storage, something like that. What he's trying to say, if I'm trying to back it up, some data from on-prem to cloud,
It
and
is.
in between the sync from on-prem to cloud, if something goes wrong and the connection, suppose connection broke in between cloud and so is the backup will start from the first point, or it will start from the where it is left over. Like this is one he wants to ask, and he wants to ask like if I want to back up a data of 80 TB, will it be stored in a batches or it will be continuous process? Akshat,
Yes.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. Ashish, great.
So I think you are trying to mix up this is storage backup process. We need to define the backup policies or backup, how to backup. If that has been defined, there is different services for backup as well. There are different options for
Backup is just, something different that we are doing. But
Mhm,
I was just curious to know about that. For example, if I just keep some data migration from my laptop to my hard drive, okay, and some connectivity lost, or it just get disturbed from its
mhm,
point of injection, that is cable part. So it
mhm.
has to be done again.
Correct.
Okay, so I was just asking if I am migrating my data to cloud from
Mhm.
on premises and something happens like connectivity is lost, or there is a power lost, or some
Failure.
power backup
Mhm.
is not there, then it will retrieve from its same point, or we have to make the process again of migration, like from connecting the on premises server to cloud server, and then doing all these things again. So do we need
See,
to do?
everything, if you're trying to back up or storing data, it must be logged somewhere, right? I mean, the
Mhm.
log files are generated. Wherever it is stopped,
Uh-huh.
so on the original source of the data will be remain same. So you might have to try again in that case. And you're talking about, so suppose there is a temporary storage, like
Mhm.
maybe 80 TB data cannot be transferred in a single go. It has to be like we need to containerize 2020 batches बनाना पड़ेगा उसके लिए. तो वो
Batches, batches
हाँ
is not
मतलब
clear. हाँ, please.
बैचेस या फिर जितना बड़ा डेटा है उसके हिसाब से हमें वो कॉन्फ़िगर करना पड़ेगा. ये बैकअप में ऐसा होता है. एज फार एज आई नो बैकअप में भी वी यूज द सेम ट्रांसफर टेक्निक. अगर मैं कोई दूसरा क्लाउड बैकअप सर्विस लेता हूँ एक्रोनिस या डाटो, they
Mm-hmm.
also have this kind of thing, like they transfer your physical device, ask
Mm-hmm.
it to upload the data, and they took it back and upload at their data centers. तो
Okay.
टेम्पररी स्टोरेज होता है या नहीं होता है, ये तो ऑन प्रेम पे होता ही है ना, हर चीज का टेम्पररी डेटा. लेकिन क्लाउड पे तो आई डोंट नो अबाउट दिस. बट ऑन प्रेम पे अगर कुछ चीज हम गलती से कोई एक्सेल फाइल वगैरह बनाते हैं, तो
Mm-hmm.
when it opens it will ask you, you have this thing open and didn't save properly. So obviously वो कैशे में होता है, लेकिन वो ऑन प्रेम पे होता है. क्लाउड पे तुमको कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, तुमको वापस से स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा. जहाँ पे फेल हुआ है जो सोर्स है उस पे अगर टेम्पररी स्टोरेज है, देन
Mm-hmm.
इट विल बी सेव्ड. मतलब ऐसा कुछ कॉन्फ़िगरेशन है, लेकिन मैंने ऐसा कुछ सुना नहीं है.
मैं आपको देख के बताऊंगा एक बार, वो लिंक्स में फिर से गो थ्रू करूंगा, एंड
हाँ
लेट मी ट्राई टू सर्च द प्लेटफॉर्म ऑन व्हाट प्लेटफॉर्म दे
हाँ,
आर
किस
ट्राइंग दैट.
प्लेटफॉर्म पे है वो.
हाँ, AWS, Azure या GCP या IBM क्लाउड जो भी था, आई लेट
Yes.
यू नो अबाउट इट. हाँ, अनुपमा, वी आर डन.
Okay. So when you start working on services, you would learn Akshat few things. Okay. Whether this is there, that is there, when you like when you try to compare with other services, um, you should be knowing deep dive on that particular service, and then you can look into it. See, while working, you can start learning it. I mean, see, it doesn't matter, right? Whether you have that kind of facility or not. I mean, the questions which you're asking is something which is while doing it. Okay. So while once
Exactly.
you a deep dive into a particular service, you anyways learn them.
Sure,
I'm
certainly.
trying to give an advice on how you grasp the information.
Mm-hmm.
See, let's assume I say that whatever you're asking is not present. Will you stop using that service? No. You have a particular requirement, and then you are
Mm-hmm.
just exploring the services. See, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not denying the way. I'm not denying your questions. I'm just uh, I'm just giving an advice on how you can ask the question. Okay.
Okay.
So if you are looking for, you have read an article and then you are trying to get
Mm-hmm.
something out of that article, what is in the cloud? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So temporary, temporary data, I mean, what I understood from is temporary, whether you use a temporary storage or not, it's no more relevant if you just If your aim is to transfer the data, that's it, right? You just want to transfer your data. Whether you transfer to temporary data or you directly transfer it to your cloud, it's of no relevance, isn't it? So, I mean, you explore it, that's fine. But when you're exploring, I mean, how it is relevant to me, whether I have temporary data or not, what does that matter to me? So, I mean, you are getting me.
I am getting you, and I am trying to make you myself get that what thing is there in my mind, and I am not able to frame it in my words. I'll just show you the written thing, or
No,
if I
no, 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 I don't. No, 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 that's okay. Absolutely fine. It's not required. Okay. Because this temporary thing is, see, I'll tell you, you have a project, okay? And you want to migrate the data. You want to go for migration. Okay. Now tell me how that migration process, okay, is relevant
Mhm.
based on that article.
Yes, yes, yes. Now
How
let me
it is
explain.
relevant.
Let me explain. See,
Mm.
if we that is why I was asking that is that a process if we lost our connectivity, and then will it resume from the same point of instance, or it will resume?
No,
We have
see,
to
why
check.
you are, see, it's like this.
Huh.
If you take on premises, you take your laptop, okay? Do you have another laptop as a backup?
No.
No. You think the process is same in on premises? They think that, okay, so I have a server, I'll keep only one server as a backup. No, only when power goes down, I will wait for the server to back again, and then I'll work. Does the data centers work like that?
No.
They'll have backup servers, they'll have power connectivity, they will have backup of power as well. They have generators. Now, why this question will arise for them?
For me, it is arising.
No. For you it is, but if you know how data center works, obviously you think like, okay, there is no way where a server goes down if you have a backup server. Now, if you don't have that particular question itself, then there is no point of what if a connectivity loses. Now, see, whenever your AWS is syncing with the on-premises, they will make sure that they have some requirements. If on-premises could follow that, okay, the connection would happen, the establishment would happen, the transfer would happen. Now, see, on premises, they don't want to be loosey, right? I mean, lousy, I mean to say. Of course, they want to make sure that everything is properly working fine. And if they're using cloud, of course, they're investing in their client. So there is no relevance whether the power connectivity will go or not, because they will have their own kind of backup things. Make sense? Now, the question which you got itself is completely gone, isn't it? There is no point of thinking in that way.
I'll explore it more. I can see that only.
Definitely, please. So, you before you actually ask some questions, you explore in on premises, explore in data centers how it is, and make a solid, foundation of your question, and then okay, maybe I can try to help in giving different resources.
Okay.
Cool. So, folks, what you can do now is S3 bucket. So you have an practice one S3 in Google Drive. Okay. Open the document and try to enable the static website hosting. Okay. And another thing is you need to do the assignment for EBS and EFS, not for S3. S3 just for practice, because a simple one, there is no need of doing assignment. So by next week, who haven't completed the EC2 one, okay, so please share the documents of EC2, EBS, and EFS. And in the next week, we will be starting with VPC and another important core service. Okay, so there also we will be doing in the next week. Also, we'll be doing some 2 hands on every like Monday, Saturday, and Sunday. So make sure you're up to date. Complete all the pending ones. Yeah. So next week we are having it on 30 and 31st. I don't think there should be a problem because Christmas will be over. And New Year is coming up, but we are having a session in the morning, so it should be fine. Okay, but 30 we are covering a very important service, guys. If you miss, there is no point of continuing the session.
Yes, Anupama.
Because
Anupama,
one second.
yes.
Because when you go for this particular training, solutions architect part, so The VPC is a main service for that. Now, if you don't understand it, I mean, going through the recordings is fine, okay? So if you don't understand or if you miss the session, there is no way where you will be able to do the certification, okay? Even for interviews as well. So please make sure you join on 30th. On 31st, we will cover the VPC slides, and then we'll complete the database service as well. Yeah, Akshat, tell me.
The assignment which I submitted for this EC2. So may I know, is there any check or any kind of reward mail from your end that we
No,
have
no, no.
received?
No, please don't expect any mails return, okay?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Then how I come to know that is it accepted? Because I haven't done a very fulfillment and with detailed screenshots. I have just pasted a few things and I
But
have just
Akshat, I have told you the instructions. I have given the instructions how to do it. So make sure you follow that so that you will not need not get confirmation. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
So once you're done with this static website, just explore the options in S3 folks in whatever the time we have it. Okay? And ask any questions if you have any. And then if we have some more time after doing the static website also, I'll try to cover a topic. Otherwise, that's it for today. Okay? So do you want me to create a breakout rooms or you will do it here? Folks, you want to discuss or you just complete it? Hello.
Nupama, can we log off now for the day? We can do it offline. Will it be okay?
Yes, Anupama, we can share it, that
I mean, as a
assignment
part
as
of an assignment, we can share it.
No, dear. See, the class is till 2 o'clock. I want to give a practice for it. If you don't want to do it now, I'll cover another topic.
Would be fine. That would be fine. Reason being, now why I am like emphasizing on that, because need to understand exactly what that S3 is all about. It is not just about creating that instance and running it. So
But
that is the reason.
okay, so you want to explore more on
I
the
mean,
service?
we can submit that as a part of an assignment also. So it is not a part
Definitely,
of
ma.
the
So
syllabus.
see, for example, we have around 45 minutes or 40 minutes. Why don't you try to understand now and then do the S3 bucket and static website hosting? I mean, you want some more time or you want to log off? Because see, as soon as we started with the class, we just completed the EFS only, right? And I just started with S3. So see, some 10 to 15 minutes before I can leave. But if we have time and you want to do it later, I can cover a service.
So
Or you just
you can take up another topic, not an issue. I mean, like, this is what my opinion is. You can ask
okay.
for others. Yeah.
Okay. So
yes, yes,
folks,
Anupama, you can go for another topic.
okay, sure that you don't want to do it S3 now or explore now.
As Anjali said, yeah, we might have to explore more. And
Then why don't
that's
we do it
what.
now? Because see, ideally,
Okay.
this week we will complete the S3 part and next week I will start VPC. Okay. And I said because I'll start a topic because if you are comfortable with S3 and do the hands-on and then you are done with it, then I can take another topic. But if you are itself saying that you want to time for exploring, do it now. Do it
Okay.
now and ask any questions. I'm happy to assist.
Anupama, can I leave?
Why actually?
Hello.
Have you completed the S3 part?
Yes, I have done it, but I have to just go because someone in my relation has died. My mom just told me.
No problem, please take it.
Okay. So I'm just leaving it.
Sure, sure.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
So team, anybody, if like you have completed, can somebody share the screen? I have created my instance, but what to do after that?
Not instance, my S3 bucket.
S3 bucket, sorry. We are so used to of that instance.
Yeah.
So see, I have created Anupama my S3C instant. I made it public also. Now what is like next? What we are supposed to do? We have to make it public. Like I should able to access that instant, right?
Bucket. So basically, upload the objects. Upload the S3 objects from the Google Drive. Just download the HTML pages. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And upload into S3 bucket and enable the static website posting. So do one thing. First of all, download the HTML pages, static pages.
Okay.
Now upload into S3 bucket.
Yeah, I have done that.
Now go to properties and enable the static website posting.
Sorry, come again.
Go to properties
Okay.
and enable the static website posting. Now where you are staying, there is a lot of background noise. Where you are sitting right now?
I'm at home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Anupama, done. That is from my side.
Okay, Anjali, please do the cleanup.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Anupam, only one thing, like suppose now I have to connect, because the case is generally we have a database and we are connecting to database. So now suppose I have to connect this thing to my EC2 instance. How can I do that? Need to explore.
No, no, no.
Hmm?
So first of all, if the EC2 instance need to talk to S3,
Hmm?
you have to have an application in S3. Sorry, in EC2. Okay. And in the
Okay.
application logic, you need to call the S3 endpoint.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say explore when the question is not.
And I understand, because the case is, see, practically that
Yeah.
is the case. See, when I'm going to replace my database with S3, so in that case, I definitely need to explore that way. Yeah,
Come again,
thank you.
come again. What is that, ma?
No, suppose I would like to replace my currently, like whatever data drive we have, if I would like to replace it with S3, definitely, like in that case, I need to explore it, right?
So Anjali, that is not a database, ma. First of all, we have database services we'll be covering in the next week.
Okay, okay. So this would
So
be
if you
just the
wanted
content.
to, let's assume an application is generating media files. Like there might be an application which is taking audios or photos, media files.
Okay,
Okay, those kind of files can be stored in S3. But database S3 is not a database. We have database services for that.
okay, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. For example, like suppose I have my company's website, and if I would like to host that on, like in S3, so then I can do that, right?
definitely. If it is a static website, yes, you can do it.
Yeah, static only. And generally, when it comes to, but it depends. Okay. Yeah. So only
Correct.
static website I can able to host it on S3.
S3. Otherwise, if it's a dynamic website, you have to have a server like EC2.
Correct, correct, correct. True.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah.
But anyways, I am going to take this as because I have done it now. But just for a practice session, I will do that and submit it to you as an assignment from my side.
Sure, Anjali. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be great. Folks, is everyone done with static website hosting? MD, Ashish, Naveen,
Yes. Yes, Anupama.
what about the
Doing
cleanup?
the clean. Yeah, doing the cleanup and I'm getting an error message.
While you are doing the cleanup,
Yeah, it says
you
when
have
I
to delete
select.
the objects first.
Oh,
Then
okay.
only you can delete the bucket.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So just let me know once you're done with the cleanup, then I can close the call.
Yeah, it's done. Delete.
Deleting the bucket is done. What about others? Any questions, please?
Anupama, here what I have done is like I have simply uploaded one static page and folder associated with that. Now suppose like I have to host a multiple websites, so in that case I have to create a folder and then I have to host it.
No, no. Create another bucket and enable hosting a website for it. See, you have to have a bucket for static website. If
Okay.
you're having multiple websites, create multiple buckets. Anyways, the same storage class, no?
Okay. Because otherwise like my IP address will be like then it would be an
Exactly.
issue.
We will get only one URL, no? You
Correct,
cannot
correct.
have multiple websites.
Yes.
Guys, if you're done, you're good to leave. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Bye.